this can't be true, cause somebody's full of hate. His faith is all about his certain. Too busy thinking about the pain.
Hello and a very warm welcome to the 2022 FEI European Dressage Championships for children and under 25 riders here in Stable Unicornis in Pilisjászfalu in Hungary. Our show host Dorottya Yomtov is a Hungarian entrepreneur and real estate mogul and has shown passion and commitment to the promotion of dressage in Hungary over the years. In fact, they held the 2020 Youth European Championships for all 5 categories during a time that saw all major shows cancelled due to COVID-19. Today you are joining us for the individual under 25 Grand Prix Championships Part 1. We will commence with the Part 2 tomorrow, and then the top 18 will go through to the freestyle on Sunday, as well as the children's individual competition. Over the past 2 days, the riders have been competing for team medals, and yesterday saw Team Germany take the gold with a huge total of 222.853. Denmark were behind in silver with 217.471, and the Netherlands took the bronze with 213.559. Every single one of the medal-winning team riders scored over 70%, so it was a real battle for the medals, and it leaves us even more excited for the next 2 days of competition. All of the riders in the under 25 can be aged between 16 and 25 years old and will compete in the under 25 Grand Prix, which is slightly different to the senior Grand Prix, but still includes all of the movements that we know and love. You can see the arena, and the rider is in the 10-minute box just next to the arena doing the final preparations. Our judges today are Orslea Hilia from Hungary at E, at H Christoph Ubach from Luxembourg at H, at C it's Thomas Lang from Austria, At M, it's Ulrich Neville from Germany. And B, it's Hans Voser from Switzerland. But our first rider in the arena today is one for Spain. And it is Juan Jose Gonzalez de las Cuvas Piminta. He is 23 years old and he rides Deccan Sport, a 12-year-old gelding by De Niro. This is this combination's third Europeans, having competed in 2018 and 2019 at Young Riders and finished in the top 20. This year, they've enjoyed plenty of podium spots, and last time out, they were second in the Inter 2 with 67.696%, third in the Grand Prix with 66.710, and second in the freestyle with 69.290. Yesterday, they helped Spain finish in fourth place, just outside of the medals. They were 27th individually with a score of 67.706. So we welcome in our first rider from Spain, Juan Jose Gonzalez de las Cuvas Piminta and Deccan Sport. Nice still halt to start with, just a little bit wide behind into that, but looked lovely and straight on the centre line. A lovely eye-catching horse, really lovely uphill frame, and you can see really covering the ground there in the extended trot. This is the first difference that you'll see between the Senior Grand Prix and the U25 Grand Prix. They do this half-pass zigzag down the centre line, 5 metres to either side of the centre line, beginning on the left and ending on the right. Looking nice and balanced there. That does have a coefficient of 2, so a really important movement for the riders to crack. Super activity here in the passage steps. Could maybe just be a bit more on the spot there in the Piaffe. They have to perform 8 to 10 steps of the Piaffe. Some nice steps in the medium trot. Just felt like he could have extended the frame a little bit more there in the medium trot. Again, travelling a bit there in the Piaffe. It's 8 to 10 steps again, scoring 5s and 5.5s for the judges for that. Good relaxation here in the walk. Showing nice stretching. Again, some good activity in the collected walk there. Lovely uphill transition into the canter. Straight into the extended canter across that long diagonal. Maybe a little modest in the extended canter, but again, quite hard to go straight into the canter transition and then straight into the extended canter. So the riders ride a half pass into a canter pirouette, and that half pass really setting the bend through the horse's body up nicely for that canter pirouette. I felt like he could have had more suppleness over the back in the actual canter half pass, and I think that could have set him up a bit nicer for the canter pirouette. But the pirouette itself was very, very nice. I just feel like could have had a little bit more bend through the horse's body to the left in the half pass. Some good two-time changes again across the diagonal. Slightly better half pass there to the right. Just got a little bit on the shoulder there in the canter pirouette, not scoring quite as high as he did on the left. Lovely and straight into those one-time changes. Ooh. Hard to see from this angle, but yeah, there was a mistake in the ones. That's such a shame. Just late behind on one of those. So the final centre line, where they have to show again the 8 to 10 steps here of Piaf on the centre line at X. Slightly better that time. Looked definitely more on the spot, and he maintained that activity much better than the previous two. Sometimes I think having the canter tour then helps the Piaf later on in the test. But a really, really good job there from Juan Jose Gonzalez de la Crovas Paminta and Deccan Spot. A really, really great start for this U25 competition.
U25 Grand Prix.
Scores looking around the mid-60s.
Class. Collecting some podium places.
Some really, really nice work there. A great start to the competition. A real shame about that mistake in the one-time changes. That cost him quite dearly. And again, just would have liked to have seen a little bit more suppleness in the half pass to the left. The other thing that pulled him down a bit was the Piaf today, but 62.821 from E, 66.538 from H, 68.333 from C, 65.256 from M, and 64.744 from B, into the lead with 65.538%. A great start to this competition. We've got some really, really top class riders and horses in this class, and I am so excited to see how this unfolds. I loved working on the U25 last year in Hagen. It was such a thrilling competition, and I'm sure this year will be just the same. Just running a couple of minutes ahead of schedule.
Competitor number 2 preparing at 10 minutes arena. Waiting for her. So we can see the next competitor coming into the main arena now, and it's one for the Netherlands. It's Jessica Poelman and Chocolate Cookie RDP. This combination helped the Netherlands pick up a bronze medal in the team competition over the last couple of days. Individually, they were 13th with a score of 71.147. Chocolate Cookie is a 15-year-old by Johnson out of a Livingstone mare. And into the arena they come. So for the Netherlands, Jessica Poelman and Chocolate Cookie RDP. Last year, this combination scored 3 huge personal bests. They won 2 bronze medals and helped the Netherlands win team silver. Pretty good start down the centre line. Lovely steps in the extended trot and really lovely suppleness here in the trot half passes. You can see a very clear change of bend. This horse looking lovely and supple through the body. And again, a great ability to really collect for those high marks in the passage and the piaffe work. Great activity here and maintaining that into the piaffe. That looked nicely on the spot from this angle. Picking up an 8 from the judge at E for that, for the transition and the piaffe itself. Nicely tracking up in the medium trot there. And again, really clear transitions back into the passage. This horse has such a super hind leg and has such a great ability to really take that weight behind and sit. And that's what helps these transitions so seamlessly merge into the other. Lots and lots of 8s here. And again, lovely and relaxed into the walk. Unfortunately, they're just shaking his head. Very, very warm day today, 30 degrees. So I wonder whether the flies are out and irritating them a bit. Really lovely strides in the walk. Tracking up nicely in the collected walk. You can see her there just preparing for the canter transition. A little bit of tension creeping in just before that transition. And super steps in the extended canter. She was really going for that. Really, really opening up and covering the ground. You can see her there preparing for the canter half pass, getting that inside bend, getting the hind leg underneath her as she then comes into the canter pirouette. Lovely bend through the horse's body again. Some good steps in the canter pirouette. Nicely on the spot. I think it's Carl that says to make, oh, a mistake in the 2s. That's such a shame. Oh, what a pity. The first mistake there just crept in. 3 4s and 2 5s from the judges. That's going to really pull her mark down. As I was saying, these canter pirouettes, Carl says, to do them the size of a dustbin lid. So they want to be between 6 and 8 steps. Just lost a bit of the balance towards the end of that one. Not quite as good as the pirouette to the left. So how can these 1s go? Yes, better. No mistakes that time.
into the passage, and this is where this horse really excels, into the piaffe. Lovely steps. Again, 8s on the score sheet. Oh, again, just lost the balance there towards the end. Not sure if maybe he was just anticipating that halt. Again, another couple of 5s, but a great job for Jessica Poelman and Chocolate Cookie RDP. A really, really wonderful test, and that is surely going to put her into an early lead. So we just wait for the scores to come through before we confirm those with you. But it's definitely going to be over 70%. A really super test. Such a shame about those 2-time changes. I think this is definitely going to be a combination to look out for in the freestyle.
In the individual test for U25.
As I said, they won 2 individual bronze medals at the U25 European Championships last year. I'm not sure if that test is going to be quite enough to be in the medals this year, but it is a 70.282, 74.103 from E, 67.692 from H, 70.513 from C, 70.897 from M, and 68.205 from B. So that is very much putting Jessica Poelman and Chocolate Cookie RDP into an early lead at this U25 individual championship test. It's lovely that we can see the preparation, the 10-minute box going on just next door. And then actually further in the distance, that's where the warm-up is. Great proximity to the main arena, and really enables those horses to get a feeling of the atmosphere in the main arena. So the next rider enters the main arena, and it is a rider for Portugal. It is Mariana Assis Silva. She is 24 years old, and she is riding Serrano.
Mariana Assis Silva, Portugal.
This is a lovely 14-year-old gelding. It's an Oldenburg. Yesterday they were 33rd individually, helped Portugal into 9th place with a score of 66.5%. They were new to this level last year and competed at the Europeans in Hagen. They were 44th and 45th individually with up to 63.677. However, last time out they were second in both the Inter 2 and the Grand Prix with 66.706 and 67.539 respectively. This is Mariana's 44th European Championships last year and in 2020 here at the U25s. So in for Portugal, Mariana Assis Silva and Serrano. Lovely to see how much this combination have improved over the last 12 months. As I said, getting around 63% last year, and yesterday getting up to 66.5%. So a huge improvement over the last 12 months.
just losing the quarters there a little in the half pass. Better here to the left. Really lovely active trot steps. Good steps into the passage. Just losing that activity in the transition into the piaffe, unfortunately. But actually, once established, the piaffe steps were pretty nice. Yeah, interesting to see how the judges have marked that. 2 4s, 2 6s and a 5.5. For me, I think the transition was where she had the problem more than the actual piaffe steps, because once it was nicely established, there were some lovely active piaffe steps there. Slightly better this time. Again, just dropping that pole as well in the piaffe steps. Better marks here from the judges as well. A couple of 6s, a 5.5, a 6.5. Good relaxation in the walk. Taking a nice stretch in the extended walk. Again, the extended walk and the collected walk, the same as the Grand Prix, have a double coefficient. So you really want to make sure that you're picking up those valuable marks there. We have double coefficients for the trot half passes on the centre line, both sets of walk, both sets of canter pirouettes, and the one-time changes. Some fairly nice steps in the extended canter. Could maybe have just shown a little bit more ground cover there. Good bend in the canter half pass. And lovely preparation into the canter pirouette. Really nice steps there. Well ridden. Was a little on the large side maybe. I think that's why she hasn't got higher marks than a 6.5. Good in the 2s. Lovely correct changes. Nice and straight on the diagonal, and again really good preparation into the canter half pass. Again, some nice steps in the canter pirouette. I think generally what the judges are seeing in comparison to the last horse, let's say, is this horse is a little bit flatter and maybe not covering the ground as much, and just sometimes loses the uphill tendency. You can see sometimes he comes a little onto the shoulder, and I think in those canter pirouettes the steps themselves are really, really lovely. Just want to see the balance and the weight being taken a little bit more behind to come up into that lovely uphill frame. And again, you can see it there in the transition back to collected trot. Just came onto the forehand a bit, and I think that's also why she's struggling a bit in these transitions into the piaffe. Super job there from Mariana Assis Silva and Serrano for Portugal. Big pats there for Serrano. A really, really super horse, and what a great partnership these two have. They've been through a lot together, and it's so great to see how much they've improved in the last 12 months. Just really struggling today with those piafs. The middle one actually I think was really, really nice. It was just the first two, the transition into the piaf just lost that activity. She managed to maintain it really nicely and get him back together. But of course, the judges have already seen the loss of activity. 64.359 from E, 62.051 from H, 66.538 from C, and 61.667 from M, 61.538 from B, giving a total of 63.231. And into third there for Mariana. You can see the next rider doing all of the final preparations before they head into the arena. The riders also, as they come out, will have to be seen by the stewards. The stewards check everything with the horse. They check the spurs are correct. And do all of those checks just to make sure. It's really crucial for horse welfare, which obviously is a very, very high priority for the FEI and for riders alike. So the next rider into the arena is one for Germany, the team gold medalist, and this lady absolutely helped them to get there. It is Helen Erbe, and she's riding Carlos FRH. This combination was second overall yesterday with a huge score of 74.853. Carlos is a 15-year-old German warm blood. They're a medal-winning rider from 2015 from ponies, winning individual bronze and helped win a silver for the team. But this combination are certainly ones to watch for individual medals. Having worked their way up through junior and young rider together, they are a formidable partnership, having won 8 gold and 2 silver medals together. Actually 9 gold if you count yesterday's team. This is only their second international this year, having competed in Mannheim in May, winning both the Inter 2 and the Grand Prix with her personal best scores. So into the arena now for Germany, Helen Erbe and Carlos FRH. The super start for their first centre line. Huge ground cover here in the extended trot. Lovely through the horse's body. You can see that beautiful uphill frame looking really lovely and supple over the back. Again, this movement, a double coefficient, just losing a little bit of the bend there towards the end. But again, another horse that really excels in the passage work.
keeping that lovely uphill open frame. Super activity. A little bit earthbound in the piaffe compared to this lovely elevated passage, but again, nice steps. A couple of 6.5s and 3 7s for the actual piaffe. Nice there in the medium trot. If you're being really, really picky, you could have had a little bit more from behind just to track up in that medium trot. Again, lovely in the passage work. Better there, I would say, in that piaffe. Kept the fluency just that bit more. Great ground cover here in the extended walk. Again, all the horses have been really relaxed so far in the arena. I think it does help when the 10-minute box is just next door. The horses get a really good sense of the vibe in the arena. It's so nice that everything is so compact. Oh, just getting a bit of tension there in the collected walk. Yeah, as you can see, she was sitting on around 74, 73%, just dropped down to 71. Seeing lots more 6s and 7s on the leaderboard as opposed to the 8s, but now we're back in the canter. Those 8s and 9s are coming back. Super extended canter and a really lovely flying change. Again, super positioning there in the canter half pass, setting her up beautifully for this canter pirouette. Lovely and small, keeping the balance nicely. 7s and 7.5s there for that. Oh, just missed one of the 2s there. Second rider today with mistakes in the 2-time changes. That's a real pity. Those were looking so lovely. Again, enormous ground cover in those changes. Really lovely and balanced. Lovely canter pirouette. Better there to the right than the left. Now what can she do in those 1s? Oh, another mistake. Oh, what a shame. This throws it wide open for the medals. She needs to have a really super final centre line to pick up those marks. Just dropping to 69% there. That would put her into 2nd place. As she comes down into the final halt. Oh, she's going to be so disappointed with those mistakes. That is such a shame. Everything was going so beautifully. And the overall impression I thought was super. Just such a shame about those mistakes in both lines of tempi changes. Dropping her down. We could see 4s, we could see a 3. I think she might just get over 70%, but when we look further on into this competition, bearing in mind we've got 20 combinations today, and I think again another 20 tomorrow,
it's going to make it really, really tough for her to get into the medal position. 68.462 at E, 71.795 from H, 71.795 from C, 70.769 from M, and 69.615 from B. She is into the lead, 70.487. But I know she's going to be incredibly disappointed with that score and with those mistakes. Or actually, I don't think she'll be disappointed with the score. I just think she'll be kicking herself at those mistakes. And, you know, it just goes to show that although she was second yesterday overall with a whopping 74.853, you know, that was yesterday. Today's a whole new day and anything can happen. So we just go into a break now for a few minutes, and the next ride in will be at 1:45 local time.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we continue the test with our next competitor. Competitor number 5 is around the arena. It's with his horse Decor and operating gelding by Detroit. Alejandro Oliva Lazaro, Spain.
So next into the arena we have another rider for Spain. It's Alejandro Oliva Lazaro, and he is 24 years old. He is riding the lovely 11-year-old Hanoverian gelding by Detroit. 2022 could not have been better for this combination. They've come into this competition being unbeaten since they started internationally back in March this year, with only one score below 70%. Last time out, they scored their personal best in the freestyle of 77.105. This is both of their first European Championships. However, they will definitely be ones to watch.
We missed the gatekeeper.
I think the gatekeeper's on a bit of a longer break than the rest of us. Yesterday, they were 8th individually in the team test with 71.794, and they helped get Spain into 4th place, just outside of the medals. So definitely ones to watch. With a cracking year. The gatekeeper is back. The boards are open. So we welcome into the arena for Spain, Alejandro Oliva Lazaro and Decor. Lovely square halt to start. Really great start, an 8.5 for that first centre line and a halt from the judge at B. Again, a very expressive horse. Better positioning there in the half pass, just was a little quarters leading to begin with on that middle half pass there to the left. Super steps in the passage. Lovely fluency in the transition into the passage. Can he keep it into the piaffe? He can. So 8 to 10 steps of piaffe, really super. Beautiful fluency, keeping a lovely frame throughout. Lots and lots of 8s from these judges. And then into the medium trot. Again, just keeping that pole at the highest point. Really super steps in the piaffe. Very, very smart. This horse just 11 years old, so plenty of time ahead. Unfortunately, just not settled in the contact in the extended walk at the beginning. That's a real shame. Some 5s and 6s from the judges. Very cleverly here in the collected walk, just leaving him a little longer in the frame, which is very sensible. This horse with a little bit of a dodgy rhythm in the walk, just not completely regular in the 4-time beat. Certainly makes up for it in his piaffe and passage though, doesn't he? Nice in the canter. Currently sitting in the lead, 71.046. Very tight though at the top. Can he do enough to overtake Helen from Germany? Some nice steps in the canter pirouette. Cleverly ridden, because actually he did quite a lot of steps and didn't quite make it straight onto the centre line, but actually managed to disguise that pretty well. Nicely into the 2-time changes. Getting lots of 7s and 7.5s, was getting a lot more 8s for the trot work. I think, for me, looking at it, I think it's just that in the canter, he's just a little bit tighter over the back. And I think that was what was doing so well in the trot. It was so loose, so supple. Just in the canter, I just feel like he's holding a little bit in the back, just behind the saddle. And I think that's what is just causing the marks not to go above the 7.5s. Lovely in the 1s, really nicely straight on that diagonal line. And we see the first 8, 2 8s from the judge at H and at M. And then this is when he's going to shoot back up in this lovely passage piaffe work here on the centre line. So coming into the piaffe at X, 8 to 10 steps. Lovely fluent transition into the piaffe. Nicely on the spot. A 9 for the piaffe there. Lots of 8.5s. Really, really super job as he punches the air. Alejandro Oliva Lazaro and the lovely decor. A really, really super job there for Spain. That is surely going to put him into an early lead. A big, big smile, super trot work. That for me was definitely stand out in this partnership, and I can see why he's had such a successful year. So consistent as well, with really lovely scores, pretty much all over 70%. A really happy horse. Just brought him down in the walk work, which was a real shame. But a really super score. There we go, 72.615 into the lead, 70.513 at E, 74.487 at H, 73.590 from C, 72.564 from M, and 71.923 from the judge at B. So that is our leader at the moment. Still a very long way to go. But that is the score to beat for everybody, 72.615. So just one more rider now, and then we'll head into a 20-minute break. But this is sorry, no, it's not. It's Jennifer Lindvall for Sweden, and she is riding Midwest Casino. Last year, this combination helped Sweden win the bronze medal in the team competition. She finished with her top placing of 10th individually in the freestyle with 74.550. Last time out, they finished third in the Grand Prix in Flinge with 68.487. In the Intermediate 2, they scored 69.5 for 20th place individually and put Sweden into 7th place in the teams. So into the arena now for Sweden. It's Jennifer Lindvall and Midwest Casino. This horse 18 years old by De Niro. Good ground cover in the extended trot. Interesting that first centre line, all the judges giving 6.5 apart from the judge at C who rewarded an 8, and that is why we have 5 judges around the arena, because they're all picking up on different things. And obviously the halt wasn't square, but from C it must have looked fairly square and straight, and so they thought that it was deserving of an 8. Obviously the other judges around the arena were picking up on the fact that it wasn't square. Good activity here in the passage. Yeah, not the most flamboyant Piaffe passage that we've seen today, but absolutely kept that activity going. I think on the judges' sheets maybe it might say a little flat or earthbound, but actually it was very nice and correct. And again, the same in that medium trot, really lovely steps. And nicely equal from the foreleg to the hind leg. Could have maybe been again a bit more active in the Piaffe. 6.5s from 3 judges, a 6 and a 7 there for that. Really big extended walk, covering that ground beautifully, lovely and relaxed here. Again, just a little tentative in the collective walk, the rhythm just slightly on the edge, and you could just see him trotting there. Again, just having to be incredibly careful with that rhythm, just going a little bit lateral, especially towards the end. Again, interesting to see the judges' marks. A couple of 5s, a 6.5, a 6 and a 4. The 4 was definitely because of the lateral walk. Pretty nice positioning there in the canter half pass. Oh, just lost the canter there. You could see him just getting a little bit longer and going onto the shoulder as the pirouette went on. Again, a slightly older horse, 18 years old. Maybe not as athletic and as uphill as some of the horses that we've seen so far today, but very correct in his way of going and in his work. Again, late behind in that last flying change. I wonder if that's been picked up. 7s and 7.5s. I'm sure it was late. I'll have to watch that back. Again, slightly better in the canter pirouette. Didn't drop back into trot this time. Just losing that uphill tendency again. But these lovely flying changes, well and truly making up for that. Beautifully straight on the diagonal. Really balanced in those changes. Back into a lovely active trot. And again, good in the passage. Can she keep it for the piaffe? Yeah, better this time. So down the centre line and coming into a final halt. There we have it for Sweden. It is Jennifer Lindvall and Midwest Casino. Big pats there for Casino.
Midwest Casino, Sweden.
Just waiting for a score to come through. A real shame about that first canter pirouette, just losing the balance. And again, just that tentative, collected walk. And unfortunately, she just lost the 4-beat rhythm of the walk. So that's given her 67.769 from E, 64.103 from H, 68.205 from C, 65.897 from M, and 64.615 from the judge at B, putting her into 4th place with a total of 65.718. So we just head into another break now for 20 minutes, but make sure you join us back 2:23 local time for a lovely rider from Hungary.
time. Yeah, put me close, I feel the heat between your thighs. You're way too young to end your life. Girl, I don't wanna be the one who pays the price. Ooh, it's like a dream. What she feels with me, she loves to be on the edge. Her fantasy is okay with me. Then suddenly, baby says, take my breath away and make it last forever, babe. Do it now or never, babe. Take my breath away. Nobody does it better, babe. Bring me closer
Next competitor is
Welcome back, and we have into the arena now our first rider for the home nation Hungary. It is Dorottya Panka, and she is 22 years old.
Hungary.
She's riding FEI Utica, a 12-year-old mare by Van Gogh. It's their second European Championships, having competed here with Blanco back in 2020, finishing 34th individually. Last time out in Saint-Marin, they were second in the Inter 2 and the Grand Prix and the freestyle, all with personal best scores. So they are absolutely on an upward trajectory. So here is Dorottya Panka and the lovely FEI Utica. Solid start on the first centre line. Some nice steps in the extended trot. Just dropping the pole slightly at the beginning, but actually getting up nicely towards the end there. Again, lovely suppleness through the horse's body. Just being careful that the pole doesn't drop over, just a little bit inconsistent in the connection. You can see again there, she's gone down. Every time she turns, it just drops the pole slightly, and then here it's beautifully up. Oh, just an unbalance there in the passage. Well recovered. Doing a good job of keeping the activity in the piaffe there. Just dropped a little bit. Yeah, getting 3s and 4s for the passage half circle. Again, some pretty nice steps in the medium trot. Yeah, just again losing some of the regularity in the piaffe. Nice relaxation here in the walk. Again, just dropping that pole slightly over. You want to see the horse take the rein out and down rather than curling under, which this horse did slightly. Nice here in the collected walk. Better frame here as she picks up the canter. Super steps in the extended canter. Really going for it there. Lost a little bit of the straightness towards the end. Yeah, the judge at H picking up on that. The rest didn't really see. 4 from the judge at H and 6 and 7s from the rest. Yeah, again, some nice steps in the canter pirouette there. I think if she can just keep that pole up at all times, I think she could be getting a few more marks per movement.
Some pretty nice changes on the line of twos, a bit of swinging. It just lost the fluency a bit, and again, interesting from the judges, some 3 6.5s, a 7 and a 5 there. Some good canter pirouette again there to the right. Let's see what happens in these ones. Again, just losing the straightness. You can see him just falling out a little bit through the left shoulder. A mistake creeping in as well. A few 4s, a 5 and a 6. Lovely activity here in the passage, really super. Just dropping her slightly in the piaffe, unfortunately. Again, you can just see the weight going onto the forehand and him not really taking that weight behind and enabling him to sit and carry that weight so he can carry on piaffing. Really, really well ridden there from Dorottya Panka and Fulrik Utica for Hungary. Yesterday they scored 67.382 and was 6th in the team for Hungary, 29th individually. I'm not sure she's going to be getting quite as high a score today. Just a few mistakes creeping in. Into 63.641, 65 from E, 61.154 from H, 64.359 from C, 64.359 from M, and 63.333 from B. So into 6th there for Dorottya.
The Portuguese fans going up to the kiss and smile zone. And here come Diego. The Dutch stallion by Negro and Don Gregory.
So next into the arena, it is a rider for Portugal. It is João Oliveira Sá, and he is 23 years old. He's riding the lovely 14-year-old stallion by Negro called Diego. This combination are new to under 25 this year, having started their international career back in April. However, they did start with a bit of a bang, winning their first Inter 2 and Grand Prix with 68.873 and 68.504. So into the arena, it is for Portugal, João Oliveira Sá. And he's riding Diego. Just lost the balance around that corner, coming off of the centre line. Some nice steps in the extended trot, really covering the ground nicely. Again, just losing the fluency a bit in the changeover in the half passes. You can see the balance there, just not quite right on the changeover. And again, that's a double coefficient, don't forget. So scoring 2 6.5s and 3 6s. Nice here in the passage. Just having to watch that regularity behind. And again, just losing the impulsion coming into the piaffe. But well recovered, because some really lovely piaffe steps there towards the end. Lovely there in the medium trot, tracking up beautifully. Really nice steps. Just again, just seeing a little bit of tightness in the back behind the saddle. And again, the same there in that piaffe as the first one. Just struggled with the transition coming into the piaffe, but some actually really nice steps in the piaffe itself. Not quite as fluent as the first one. Breaking up a few fives. 5.5 I should say, sorry. 6 and a 6.5 for that. Again, just having to be a bit cautious in the collected walk with that rhythm. Looking a little lateral there. Oh, and again, having a few issues in the transition into canter. So they come into the canter half pass now. Good positioning through the body. Oh, again, just falling a little flat there in the canter. Yeah, in the canter pirouette, just not really maintaining that canter. Oh, and a mistake behind. Oh, what a shame. Those flying changes are absolutely gorgeous and really, really expressive. It's really able to cover so much ground, but a fair few mistakes in there. Right, now keep the canter. Yeah, so obviously kept the canter rhythm this time, but was definitely climbing around the canter pirouette. They want to see that canter stride being maintained. And unfortunately that didn't really happen there in the canter pirouette. And again, mistakes in the one-time changes. 4 3s and a 4 for the ones. Right, now come on, keep the activity in this piaffe transition. Yeah, better. a couple of steps where he just lost the rhythm slightly, but I would say that was the best one so far. And there we have it for João Oliveira and Diego for Portugal. That was such a shame about those mistakes in there. I think he's going to be really upset with those mistakes. Mistakes in both lines of changes, in the first canter pirouette, second canter pirouette, just climbing a bit. But this horse has such a great ability at this level, and I just think if they can iron out those issues, they're on for a really super mark. It's definitely all there, isn't it? And here we go, 60.205 into 8th place, 58.718 from E, 59.359 from H, 51.154 from C, 60.513 from M, and 61.282 from the judge at B. So an overall score of 60.205 and into 8th place so far. You can see the next rider joining us in the main arena now, and it is one for the Netherlands. Our bronze medal winners yesterday in the Inter 2 in the team test. It is Talia Rocks and Verdi de la Fenza. They yesterday scored 70.765%. For individual 18th place, as I said, they picked up that bronze medal in the team. They were in fact the drop scores. That just shows you the amazing talent that this Dutch team have. So into the arena now for the Netherlands, Talia Rocks and Verdi de la Fenza. This horse is 20 years old. I think potentially the oldest horse in the competition, a KWPN gelding. She's a multi-medalist from youth competitions, having picked up 3 golds, 4 silvers and 2 bronzes since her first Europeans back in 2017. Last year she won 2 silver medals individually in the young riders. And this is her first year at U25s. Picking up some very respectable scores so far. Again, for an older horse, great suppleness through his body. And making that enormous jump from young riders to U25 within a year is quite a tremendous achievement in itself, and to be part of a bronze medal winning team nonetheless, absolutely incredible achievement. Some fairly nice steps there in the Piaf. Again, nice fluency between the transitions. Showing a very definite start to the Piaf, a very definite finish from the medium trot, which is great. Again, maybe a little flat in the piaffe steps, but well maintained. She's riding a really, really lovely test. All those years of experience coming through the youth competitions, being on so many medal winning teams and picking up individual medals, just helps you come in here and be able to ride a really lovely consistent test. And she really presents this test very well, as I said, really making sure that she's got those crisp transitions and really showing the difference. I think sometimes it's easy to just fade from one thing to the other, but actually the judges want to see the clarity and the commitment to the movement. Like that, again, a very clear, expressive transition into the extended canter, and again back before she changes. Nice positioning in the canter half pass. Lovely canter pirouette. Really beautifully balanced. Only 1/8. I would have thought there'd be more eights there for that. That was really beautifully ridden. Oh, just a mistake behind in the 2-time changes. They were going so well. They haven't hammered her too much. A couple of 5.5s, a couple of 6.5s and a 6. The rest were really, really super nice and correct. Again, really covering the ground in those. Again, another good canter pirouette. Didn't feel that one to the right was quite as exceptional as the one on the left. Beautifully straight in these 1-time changes. Lovely, lovely line there. 3 7.5s, a 7 and an 8 for that. Again, clear, concise transitions. Super in the passage, and again a lovely fluent transition into the piaffe, and again beautifully out to the passage. What a test she's riding. Oh, and just losing the straightness there into that final halt, but absolutely beautifully ridden there from Talia Rocks. Really, really super test. And you know, this horse 20 years old, but still showing tremendous suppleness. Really, really beautifully ridden. Very accurate. Just such a pity about that mistake in the 2-time changes, which I wouldn't have thought would be a regular mistake for them, but a really super job, and I think they're going to be in the top 3. What can they do? It is 70.513 from E, 72.564 from H, 70.385 from C, 68.974 from M, and 71.026. Into second place, 70.692%.
With 70.692.
Nicely consistent over the last couple of days. 70.765 yesterday and 70.692 today. Don't get much more consistent than that. We're moving on now to a couple of our individual riders, one from Poland and one from Great Britain. Just running a couple of minutes ahead of schedule. So we are joined now by Filip Kowalski from Poland, and he is riding Bellfleur, an 11-year-old by Boston.
Next competitor Bellfleur, Bavarian mare by
A lovely
Boston
mare.
and Vacant.
This is their first European
Ridden by
Championships, and this
Filip
combination had
Kowalski,
fantastic results
Poland.
in a recent winning streak. In June, they won the Intermediate 2 with 69.794, the Grand Prix was 69.667, and the Freestyle was 71.430. So, individual for Poland, Filip Kowalski and Bellfleur. Nice and square into that first halt. Some pretty good crossing in the trot half pass. Again, remember, this is a double coefficient. This is something we don't see in the Senior Grand Prix. Just losing a little bit of the bend to the left in the left half pass there. I felt the right half pass was just a little more fluent and a little more supple through the body. And again, the judge at C really able to see the difference between the left and the right. Well maintained activity through the Piaf. Nice steps here in the passage. Just a little hurried, I feel, in that medium trot. It's as if he just came onto the diagonal and let the handbrake off and let it all come out the front end. He's got that lovely sit from doing all of that Piaf and Passage work. You want to keep that, harness that power and really come out of that diagonal and come out into a lovely uphill medium trot. And it just, for me, the balance was just a little bit more on the shoulder for that. Some good walk steps in the extended walk. And again, they're getting better towards the end of the collective walk. I wasn't sure about the rhythm to begin with. Again, interesting from the judges, 3 6s, a 5.5 and a 4. And of course, if you're looking at the beginning of that walk section, I would absolutely agree, because it was fairly lateral going into it. But then actually he rode it really well and got that regularity in the walk back. Some nice positioning in the half pass. Yeah, and nice steps in the canter pirouette as well. Oh, super line of twos. Really, really nice. Given how many mistakes we've seen so far today in those lines, I thought that was a really, really well ridden job from Philippe. Again, good positioning in the canter half pass and into that canter pirouette. Yeah, fairly nice. Not quite as good as the one to the left, I wouldn't say. Is doing it in 8 or 9 steps, which is quite a lot. You want it really to be between 6 and 8. It doesn't look too big, but yeah, mistaking those ones, that's a real shame. Still, 3 5.5s, a 6 and a 6.5 for the ones. Yeah, good job. Picking up those activity levels as the PF goes on. Just went a little bit flat in that first step, but really, really well ridden. A great test there from Filip Kowalski and Bellefleur from Poland.
Kowalski and
Big pats there for Bellefleur. A really, really good job. Well ridden there from Filip. I thought he did a cracking job. Not his personal best, I don't think, but I don't think it'll be far off. Got a PB of 65%. I think he's going to be just below around 64. But with a couple of mistakes, I think he's done a fabulous job. 63.897 into 7th place, 65.641 at E, 60.513 from H, 65.128 from C, 64.615 from M, and 63.590 from B.
For Philippe and Bellefleur, Poland.
So that puts Filip Kowalski into 7th place. Again, still very early on in this competition.
Next to come up, the Oldenburg and Gelding
Next into
San
the
Marco
arena
and,
now, it is an individual rider for Great Britain, Dylan Deutrom. He's 25 years old and is riding San Marco, a 12-year-old Oldenburg gelding by status quo. This combination have had a string of wins recently, starting from Wellington in June, where they achieved 68.431 and 68.163 in the Inter 2 and Grand Prix. They then competed in the Senior CDI 2-star in Jardy, where they scored up to 77.120 in the Inter 1 freestyle. Their personal best in this test is 68.504. In the team competition yesterday, obviously Great Britain aren't bringing a team here. They scored 68.323 and were 24th individually. So into the arena now for Great Britain, Dylan Deutrom and San Marco. I've got a shout out though to the lovely Lewis, who was meant to be here as part of the team for Great Britain, Lewis Carrier and Diego, who unfortunately had a problem with their paperwork at the border and weren't able to make it here. So therefore Great Britain are fielding 2 riders in this U25 competition. So very sorry to Lewis, who will be watching along from home, but I'm sure he will be shining in the arena at Senior Grand Prix very, very soon. Good start for Dylan. Lovely crossing here in the trot half passes. Sevens and 6.5s, again that's a double coefficient. Just dropping the pole slightly into the passage. Can he keep that activity in the Piaf? Yeah, well recovered. Just dropped him in the transition into the Piaf. You can see just a bit of tension creeping in as well. A horse looking on the outside of the arena. Lovely there in the medium trot. Really lifting that pole in the medium trot. Just hoping that that can be maintained through this collective work in the passage. Better there in the Piaf. Still a couple of 6s, a 5, a 5.5. Better marks in the transition though. Much more relaxed here in the extended walk. Taking the contact nicely in the walk. Again, you can just see him getting slightly distracted by what's going around on the outside of the arena. Actually, the first time that we've seen a horse that is slightly distracted in the arena. All of the other horses have looked fairly relaxed in there today. Lovely here in the canter half pass. Good positioning, good crossing. 7s from all of the judges for that.
Lovely bend through the body in the canter pirouette. Just maybe losing a bit of that jump that they might want to see in that. 3 6.5s and a couple of 7s. Oh, some mistakes here in the 2s. What a pity. A lot of horses really struggling with that line of 2s. We've seen more mistakes in the 2-time changes actually than the tempi 1-time changes. Again, really lovely suppleness through the body there in the canter half pass. I do really like this line, that canter half pass, really setting itself up nicely for that canter pirouette. So can he get a clean line of 1s? Yes, he can. Very smart. Again, has such a great ability to really cover the ground. An incredibly expressive horse. And sometimes, I know I chat to Spencer Sturmey, another commentator, about that fine line between expression and explosion. And you want that hotness, but I always think when I'm going into a dressage test, I want that relaxed power. And I'm just not entirely sure that San Marco was completely relaxed in the arena, especially at the start of the test today. I could just see him just getting a little bit distracted by what's going on outside. But actually, as soon as he got into the canter, he seemed to really take it in and start breathing it all in, and was doing some really super work. Well ridden there by Dylan. A very good job. Again, not sure it's going to be his personal best. Those mistakes just holding him back. Into 7th was 65.282, 63.718 from the judge at E, 65 from the judge at H, 66.667 from C, 65.256 from M, and 65.769 from the judge at B. So into 7th there for Dylan Deutrom and San Marco for Great Britain.
Coming up next, the Belgisch Woonblad Hilkara van het Weverbos, ridden by Lauren Lemmens, Belgium.
Next into the arena, it is a rider for Belgium, Lauren Lemmens and Hilkara van het Weverbos, a 15-year-old Belgian Woonblad mare. Lauren is 22 years old. This is her second U25 European Championships. Last time their highest score was 65.1410 in the Grand Prix. So into the arena now for Belgium. Lauren Lemmens and Hilkara van het Weverbos. A really lovely little mare. I think I commented on this last time, but I love the heart as her star. Very sweet. Some good crossing here. Just lost the balance there in that changeover of bend in the half passes. Just needs to watch the balance in those. The actual steps of the half pass though, Very nice. Good steps here in the passage, nice and active. Lovely lift in the passage. Yeah, and pretty nice in the piaffe too. Really super passage, steps. In the intermediate 2, they scored 69.353 to help Belgium into 5th place. They were 21st individually. Better piaffe steps this time. Keeping that fluency much better. Some fairly nice steps in the extended walk. Could maybe just overtrack a little bit more there for those really high marks, but great relaxation and lovely stretch. Good rhythm here in the walk. Lovely active transition into the canter. And good ground cover in that extended canter. Nicely rebalanced for that canter flying change there when she gets back to the track after the extended canter. Maybe a little quarters leading, difficult to see from that angle. Again, just a little flat in the canter pirouette. Just want to see her take a bit more weight and be able to come up into a lovely uphill frame in that canter pirouette. Again, lovely big ground covering, 2-time changes, and 8 there from the judge at H. Yeah, better half pass there to the right. Yeah, and again, a better canter pirouette, I would say. Oh, mistake in the ones. What a shame, they were going so well. That's a real pity. 3 of the judges giving a 5 and then a 4. I don't think the judge at M saw the mistake. To be honest, from this angle it was quite difficult to see, and they've rewarded a 7. So that is something that the judges' supervisory panel will be able to pick up on and potentially change that mark. So there we have it for Laurent Lemmens and Hilkara Vendat Vijabos. They're representing Belgium.
Belgium.
So we just wait for those scores to be confirmed before we bring them to you. And it's a score of 66.103, just a tiny bit below her personal best of 66.581, but 67.436 from E, 66.795 from H, 64.744 from C, 66.667 from M, and 64.872 from the judge at B. So that puts her into 5th place at the moment.
Hilkara van het Weverbos. One competitor before the second break. Now in the 10 minutes arena we have a few minutes before starting time. But now he's arriving.
So into the arena now, it is a rider for Spain. It is Ruben Mengual Reig. He's 22 years old and he rides the wonderful 13-year-old Hanoverian by Benetton Dream Belfast. This is their second European Championships, having competed here back in 2020, finishing 14th individually. They've had a good year together. Last time out in Grobrogal, they were in the Intermediate 2. They were 9th with 66.294. 5th in the Grand Prix was 67.641. And 6th in the freestyle was 68.810. In the team test, they scored 66.559 for 32nd place individually. They were 4th on the team for Spain. They were, in fact, the drop score, but Spain did incredibly well in the team, just narrowly missing out on a medal. But for Spain, Ruben Mengual Reig and Belfast 37. Lots of ground cover in the extended trot. Tracking up nicely there. Just the nose slightly becoming behind that vertical line at times. Super crossing in the trot half passes, and again really lovely and balanced in the change of bends. Just want to see that frame opening just a very, very small amount. Good activity here in the passage. Yeah, so not enough steps in the Piaf today. 6 to 10 steps is required. And there was quite a lot of travelling there, which I think was probably the reason why he didn't quite get all of those steps in. or it didn't appear to look like all of those steps were in. Slightly more obvious that time. Again, the judges a little up and down in their marks for the Piaf. A 4 to a 7 for that. Again, we'd just like to see a bit more relaxation here in the walk, collected walk, just looking a little hurried. Just looks like he needs to take a breath. As he comes into the canter work now. Again, this horse really able to cover the ground in those extended paces. Ooh, just needing to keep that rhythm in the canter in the half pass. Yeah, nice into the canter pirouette left. Now's the dreaded line of twos. Super. Really, really good. I think that has been the haunted line of the day. So many riders just making some errors on that line. Yeah, again, pretty nice canter pirouette. And into the ones. Yeah, again, a nice clean line of one-time changes. And we haven't seen many riders and horse combinations coming in and achieving two clear lines of tempi changes. So very well done to Ruben for that. Good activity in the transition into the Piaf. Again, a bit of travelling there. Again, good activity out back into the passage. As they come into their final halt, that's it for Ruben Mengual Reig and Belfast 37.
Gracias, Ruben Mengual Reig and Belfast.
Really nicely ridden test. Just those transitions into the Piaf where he found it difficult today, but two really lovely lines of tempi changes. As I said, we've seen lots of mistakes in those today, but Ruben pointing there at Belfast, saying he's top. Really super horse, and they've got such a great connection. What has he got today? Thumbs up, he's happy. 64.614 from E, 65.641 from H, 68.846 from C, 66.154 from M, and 64.103 from B, putting Ruben into 6th place with 65.872. But we are moving into a break now, so make sure you join us back at 3:46 local time for the next combination of horse and rider for this, the under 25 European Championships.
Individual competition. 3:46, the next starting time.
My hidden treasure chest, golden grand piano, my beautiful Castillo. You, I leave it all. And believe up in you. I leave it all. Give me one good reason why I should never make a change. And baby, if you hold me, then all of this will go away. Give me one good reason why I should never make a change. And baby, if you hold me, then all of this will go away. My many artifacts, the list goes on. If you just say the words, I'll up and run. Oh, to you, I'd leave it all. I'd leave it all. Give me one good reason why I should never make a change.
Get real with the fever on the dance floor. Now who got the fever for the flame? Who can think the way that I flex on the track? Conclusion rampage. Ricky Rick on point with the knife I style for my lip. That be rolling the mad joints. Just put your hands in the air. Cause there's a party over here. So grab yourself a beer. And we can get our fever on. I'm with it. So let me put my big brown beaver on. I'm coming with the disco. I can flip so. I'ma drop a solo tip. Something for the honeys in the crowd. Let me your ear. So I can turn the party out till tomorrow afternoon. Cause when I grips my stills, no one leaves the room. So tell me, can you feel the mask skills coming with the fever, fever, fever? Get real with the fever on the dance floor.
Step to the side. You gotta run and hide. More to the side. Everybody wants to stay alive.
Everybody's in the house. We have to run this back so you can break your flares out. Interest in the only one. We got it going on. So let me get my flowing on. It's the blast on the past thing you heard of. Me and the boys coming down with murder. And it's gotta be the way. Everybody wants to make a move, so just party. Or we can have a jam. So get your move on. I'ma take this groove and slam. Flip it how I want it. Flip from the back to the front when I drops me the manuscript. Cause I got the moves. And I'm always on the flow with the crazy, crazy grooves. Tell me, can you feel the math skills coming with the fever, fever, fever? Get real with the fever on the dance floor.
Step to the side. You gotta run and hide. More to the side. Everybody wants to stay alive.
Yeah.
Step to the side. You gotta run and hide. More to the side. Everybody wants to stay alive.
Everybody in the house, come on and let me hear you say ho. Ho. Everybody in the house, come on and let me hear you say ho. 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 Everybody in the house, come on and let me hear you say ho. Ho. Everybody in the house, come on and let me hear you say ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho. It's about time. Everybody in the house supposed to move to my vicious rule rhymes. Ricky Rick on a tip with my boys bringing disco noise. As I drop the wickedness, getting sharp with the flow. We took a BG swoop and broke it down like Gecko. A disco lick that's deeper. Cause we gotta get with the fever, fever, fever. Get real with the fever on the dance floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue the Grand Prix 16 to 25.
Welcome back to the third part of our under-25 Grand Prix here at the European Championships for children and U25 riders. This is the last group for today, but make sure you join us back again tomorrow for part 2. But next into the arena, it is a rider for France. It is Lystria. She is 19 years old. I think she may be the youngest of the competition in this section. She rides Kremlin, a 14-year-old. This is Ella's 4th call-up for the Europeans and 3rd time on Kremlin, having competed at the 2018 Junior European Championships. In 2020, she rode Bon Romantic to help France into 4th in the team. And last year, she finished 46th individually in the Inter 2 and 49th in the Grand Prix. So into the arena now for France, Lystria and Kremlin. Nice start for this partnership. Good steps in the extended trot. Yeah, pretty nice crossing in the half passes. Could cover a bit more ground for the higher marks. Not quite getting back to C there to finish the trot half pass zigzag. Nice and active in the passage. Just losing a bit of that activity there in the middle of the piaffe. Nicely on the spot though, and again a good transition back into the passage. Just opening his mouth a little bit into the medium trot. Better this time in the piaffe. Kept the fluency slightly better that time. Got a 7 from the judge at C. And again for the transition as well. Good steps in the walk. Maybe just cover a bit more ground there in the walk work. Just like looks like it's lacking a bit of impulsion. Lovely transition into the canter. Really off of Ella's aids. And again, a good transition into the extended canter. And oh, just kicking out there at her leg. Maybe the aid was a bit heavy. A 1 from one of the judges for that, for the flying change there. 2s and 3s from the rest. She recovered from that remarkably well though, and managed to get back in time, ready for that canter half pass, and picked up some good marks. That's the thing, you ride one movement and yes, okay, you can have a mistake in that, but that doesn't stop you from getting high marks for the next movement after that. A bit of swinging here in the twos. But nice correct changes. Could just have kept a bit straighter, I think, for the 7s and 8s. But actually some really nice ground covering flying changes there. Again, good positioning into the half pass right. And again, that sets itself up pretty well for that canter pirouette. And now into the ones. Just keeping that outside rein. And again, some swinging here in the one-time changes. But they look pretty good to me. No mistakes there. Again, the same as the twos, just for those higher marks. Could just maintain that straightness rather than the swinging left to right. Oh. Again, the horse shaking its head. That's the second horse we've seen doing that today. Maybe flies, maybe tension. Hard to say without being there. As she comes into her final halt, corrects into a square one there for Lystria and Kremlin. They are competing for France. Their Grand Prix personal best, 65.641. Again, a couple of mistakes creeping in today. So I think that's going to prevent her from beating that PB. But let's see where she comes out. Just waiting for a couple of more scores from the judge at E and the judge at B. And here we go. Should be on your screens any second. 65.897 from E, 61.923 from H, 65.897 from C, 62.436 from M, and 62.821 from B. Into 11th place there for Lystria and 63.795.
At B, 63.795 for Ella and her Kremlin from France.
Our next rider in for the home nation of Hungary is Jasmine Yomtov. She is 21 years old. She is riding for Joy 37, a 9-year-old Westphalian gelding by Feedback 16. Jasmine is 21 years old. Jasmine rides at Sport Horses Pro in Holland and has been competing this horse internationally since 2018, where they worked their way up the young horse classes. They're new to this level this year and have had a good couple of outings. 6th in the Inter 2 with 67.794 and 8th in the Grand Prix with 67.513 last time out. Now get this, she started at Grand Prix at just 13 years old and has been to 7 previous European Championships. So into the arena now for Hungary, Jasmine Yomtov and for Joy 37. Really super start. A lovely centre line, nice square halt to start. I think it always makes such a good impression if you can start with a good centre line and a good halt. Again, a lovely, lovely, expressive horse. Really fills the eye. I think, again, one of the youngest horses in this competition. Would just like to see a bit more suppleness through his body here in the half passes down the centre line. Such a lovely frame in this trot work. Super steps in the passage. Can she maintain that activity in the piaffe? A little wide behind here in the piaffe steps, especially on that left hind. That's going to be interesting to see what the judges give that. 2 6s, 2 6.5s and a 7. Some good steps in the medium trot. Again, I think this piaffe will improve. This horse is just 9 years old, so has plenty of time to mature. Slightly better this time. You can just still see the left hind wanting to swing out in the piaffe steps. This combination was 16th yesterday in the Inter 2. 70.970. Helped Hungary into 6th place in the teams. She was the 2nd highest Hungarian rider. Good steps here in the walk. It's just a little unsteady in the contact in the middle of that collected walk. But really nice, clear rhythm. And good off the aids into the canter. Slightly modest maybe in the extended canter there across that long diagonal. And again, I'd just like to see the horse bending more through its rib cage there in the canter half pass. Lovely canter pirouette. Again, I'd just like to see more bend through the horse's body, and getting 7s and 7.5, really lovely steps in the canter pirouette, but I think it was just that suppleness that the judges would be after to give the higher marks. Again, really super line of 2-time changes, lovely and forward, really covering the ground and very accurate. Looked pretty straight as well from this angle. Better half pass here to the right. And again, the same in the canter pirouette this way. And into the ones. Oh, and a mistake just at the end. 4s from the judges there. 4s across the board for that. She comes into her final piaffe again, getting wide behind. Super steps in the passage. What a lovely horse. And very, very well presented test there from Jasmine.
She has ridden this horse through the young horse classes. She knows him so well, and she's come in here and given that horse such a great experience at the European Championships here at her home country. She should be incredibly proud, and to be able to get through on a 9-year-old who is relatively inexperienced, I think this is definitely one to watch for next year. Just getting wide behind in those piafs, and again, because he's so young, I think give him another year, build up that strength, and I think he's going to be back and better than ever.
And there's one confirmation
So
missing.
just waiting for the judge at E to confirm their score, and then we will bring those to you. I think it's going to be a good one, and I think it actually might be her personal best on this horse. It is 69.026, 68.718 at E, 67.821 at H, 68.333 from C, 68.590 from M, and 71.667 from the judge at B. Into 5th place, 69.026. Their previous personal best was 67.564 on this horse, so she should be incredibly proud to have done that at her home European Championships. What a great accomplishment. And now it's our second rider for Spain, Sarah Lopez. She's 21 years old, and she rides Diablo de Saint-Val, a 14-year-old KWPN gelding. This is their second European Championships together, having competed at the 2019 Championships in juniors. This is their third competition this year, having 3 top 3 places in Le Mans, with 3rd in the Inter 2, 2nd in the Grand Prix, and 3rd in the Grand Prix Freestyle, all with scores over 67%. And a 5th in Compiègne in May with 67.863 in the Grand Prix, and 4th in the Freestyle with 71.93, their personal best. In the Intermediate 2, they scored 66.735 for 31st place. They helped France into 8th in the team. So into the arena now for France, Sarah Lopez and Diablo de Saint-Val. Nice start there. Lovely straight centre line. Very expressive extended trot. Lovely frame here as well. Lots of cadence in this trot. Again, could just see a bit more suppleness through the horse's body there on the centre line with the half passes, maintaining that really lovely frame, but just want to see more suppleness through the rib cage and more bend through the body. Really super in the passage. So we've gone from one extreme to the other, wide behind to crossing behind in the piaffe.
Super. Really lovely steps, super transitions as well. Really nice and clear. You can see that he's a bit close behind even in the passage, but then as it comes into the piaffe, you can see him really crossing his hind legs over. Nice in the walk. Good stretching. Could have maybe a little more ground cover, but lovely and relaxed. And maintaining that through into the collected walk as well. Oh, early into the canter, very early. It's a lovely transition, but just about 3 strides early. Good change back after the extended canter. Maybe a little modest in the extended canter. I think there's more there. Lovely preparation into the canter half pass. Good positioning. Ooh, bit of climbing around the canter pirouette. And into the twos. Super. Really lovely line. Lovely and correct. Could maybe have a bit more ground cover for the 8s and 9s, but from the amount of mistakes that we've seen today, I think she'll be happy with a clear line. Super canter half pass to the right. Better canter pirouette this way too. Much more balanced. Yeah, 7s for that one. There was 6s for the last. Right. Into the 1s. Oh, and a mistake. Oh, what a shame. Fours again from the judges for the line of 1s there. We've seen very few riders manage to ride both lines completely clean. Again, the crossing behind in the piaffe. But actually, I think maintaining the activity slightly better in that one. Unfortunately, she's not really going to get much higher than a 5 for that because of the crossing. And a really super job there from Sarah Lopez and Diablo de Saint-Val for France. A big smile for Sarah. A really, really super horse. Very, very correct apart from the crossing in the piaffe in its way of going. I loved the line of 2-time changes. I thought she did a really super job. A real shame about that line of 1-times. As I said, she hasn't been the only one. I think it's the minority that have actually been able to ride 2 clean lines. It's quite a jump from young riders to this U25. And here a score into 11th, 66.026 from E, 61.923 from H, 66.667 from C, 61.538 from M, and 65.513 from B, giving a total of 64.333 and into 11th place there for Sarah Lopez. just 4 more riders to go today until we move on to part 2 tomorrow. We have a rider for Germany, a rider for Israel, a rider for Portugal, and the final rider of the day from Denmark. So 2 medal winner competitors coming forward. Germany won team gold yesterday and Denmark won team silver. So both of those riders contributing towards that team medal. A rider from Israel riding as an individual and a Portuguese rider as well. So next into the arena, it's Alina Schrader. She's 24 years old and she is riding Polar OLD, a 13-year-old Oldenburg mare by Lord Loxley the first. This is Alina's first call-up for a European team. This year they had a double 4th place in Mannheim with 70.853 in the Inter 2 and 71 in the Grand Prix, both personal bests. This is only their 3rd international together. And as I said, yesterday they won a gold medal as they helped put Germany into the lead in the team position. She was 10th individually, scored 71.324. So definitely somebody to watch out for. We've seen all sorts of things happen today. So it just goes to show anything is possible. As into the arena now, Alina Schrader and Paula OLD. Strong start from Alina. Lovely and straight on the diagonal. Lots of expression in the extended trot. Lovely there in the half past right. Again, we'd just like to see more bend in that half past left there. Just a little bit straight through the body in the half passes. Super activity in this passage. Just lost a bit of the balance coming into the piaffe. Nicely out into the passage again. Yeah, could have more from behind there in the medium trot. Some nice steps in front, just needed a bit more behind. Better transitions there in that piaffe. Just about enough steps. Lovely ground cover here in the extended walk. Really super steps. It's just a little bit unbalanced coming onto the diagonal line at the beginning, but really well recovered and really super steps in the walk. Keeping the impulsion. And good transition up into the canter. Nicely on Alina's aids. Very expressive line change at the end of the extended canter. Again, scoring sevens there for the half pass to the left. I think, again, I'd just like to see more bend through the body. And again, here in the canter pirouette, nice, neat canter pirouette, but just want to see the horse bending more around that inside leg. Good in the twos, an 8 from the judge at C. Again, slightly better in the half pass to the right. Yeah. Again, it's just that bend through the body. Just want to see more suppleness over the back and more bend, and just a bit more. I'm sitting here wiggling just a bit more. Bit of swinging there in the ones. But lovely and accurate changes. 3 8s there. A 7.5 and a 7. Two really, really super lines of tempi changes. Just as I was saying earlier that few riders have been able to do it. In comes Alina and smashes it. It's going to be incredibly tight at the top. Can she go into the lead? Just stepping back into the halt there, which is a real shame. But a super test from Alina Schrader from Germany, riding Paolo OLD. A really, really super job. She should be incredibly proud. First Europeans, third international together, and what a test. Definitely going into the 70s. Is it enough to go into... Oh, and she's got a PB. 69.615 from the judge at E. 73.462 from the judge at H. 72.051 from C. 71.154 from M. And 72.308 from B. Into silver medal position, 71.718. A fabulous job there from Alina Schrader from Germany. Into second. A great start as we come towards the end of this part 1. So the leading score at the moment, 72.615. That is Alejandro Oliva Lazaro and Decor from Spain. That is the gold medal winning score as it stands at the moment at these early stages. Just 4 more riders to go. Sorry, 3 more riders to go until the end of part 1. And then part 2 starts again tomorrow. And we've got, I think, another 20 riders coming forward tomorrow.
So 23 combinations left over today and tomorrow. The winning score at the moment, or the score to beat, I should say, 72.615. That is gold medal position at the moment. In silver medal position, it's Alina Schrader, 71.718. And in bronze medal position at the moment, it's Talia Rocks on 70.692. We've had lots of surprises today. So into the arena now it is Sarah Bamberger, and she's from Israel. She's 24 years old and she is riding Badari. He is a 15-year-old KWPN gelding by IPS Griboldi, owned and ridden by Sarah. She's been riding Badari for a year now at this level internationally. They had 2 top 10 placings last time out, just last month. So into the arena, Sarah Bamberger and Badari for Israel. Some good steps in the extended trot. Again, a very expressive horse, just dropping the pole slightly as she turned onto the centre line for these half passes. Just want to see the pole, which is the bit in between the rider's ears, in between the horse's ears. You want to see that at the highest point, and you could just see him tipping below. Some lovely steps in the half passes. Really good positioning. Their personal best at this level is 64.06%. Oh no. Just grounded into a halt there in the Piaf. Oh, and a break in the medium trot. Yeah, didn't quite ground into the Piaf this time, into a halt, but very earthbound. A little hurried in the walk. Better here. Much better here in the collected walk towards the end. Super steps in the extended canter. Nicely uphill. Can she claw back some marks in this canter work? Slightly quarters leading there in the half pass to the left. Yeah, nice. Kept the activity in the canter pirouette. Some fairly nice steps, just needed to correct the balance
a little bit for the high marks. Oh, well done. Very good job in the 2s. An 8 there from the judge at H. Now keep the balance. Nice. Better half pass that way. And keep the balance, keep the balance, keep the balance. Yeah, just lost a little bit of the flexion and the bend in the canter pirouette there. It was a little bit straight, but some nice steps. Now into the 1s. Yeah, a little mistake in those. Unfortunately, a bit of swinging as well. Still 5s and 5.5. So, can we keep this activity a little bit quick into the piaffe? Would have liked to have seen more collection in the passage. Not enough steps in the piaffe either. And there we have it for Sarah Bamberger and Badari for Israel. Some really, really lovely movements in there. Those 2-time changes, a definite highlight for me. I thought the canter half pass to the right was really, really super. As I said, the 2-time changes. The extended canter was really super. Just a real pity about that first piaffe where he literally just ground to a halt on the centre line. I don't think I've quite ever seen 3 zeros on a test sheet before. 61.026 at E, 56.538 from H, 60.769 from C, 58.718 from M, and 58.205 from the judge at B. Into 17th place, 59.051%. As I said, we got 2 zeros for that first piaffe, a 3 and 2 1s. Has been circled as a large difference because obviously it is, and the transitions again, a 0, a 2, a 3, a 1 and a 2.
The FEI Grand Prix 16 to 25.
It's difficult, isn't it? I mean, she did show, I think, a step or maybe 2 steps. Well, no, probably a step of piaffe. 3 maybe a little generous, 0 maybe a little harsh. And the transition, yeah, it's really difficult. It's never easy as a judge, and you're never going to keep everybody happy. But there were some big differences there. Also in the transitions after the second piaffe, there was a bit of a difference there. 2 more riders left to go. Just for today, we have a rider for Portugal, who you can see there in the 10-minute box, and then a rider for Denmark. So into the arena
and
now.
Here they come, the Lusitanian 11-year-old.
It is the rider for Portugal, Maria Miguel Lascas, 24 years old, riding Guapo, an 11-year-old Lusitano by Hostel. After only starting under 25s last year, they competed in Hagen at the European Championships, where they finished 48th individually in the Grand Prix. Last time out, though, they had 2 top 3 placings, with 3rd in the Inter 2 with 65.323 and 1st in the Grand Prix with 66.624. This is, of course, their 2nd European Championships. They scored 66.853 in the team result, finishing 30th individually. And got Portugal into 9th place in the teams. So now into the arena. The rider for Portugal, Maria Miguel Lascas and Guapo. Such a lovely little horse. So much expression these Lusitanos have. Looks like such a happy little horse. Nice bend there to the right. Just like to see more bend through the body there in the left half pass. Nice steps in the passage. Can she get it back a bit more for the Piaf? Yeah, not bad. A little bit flat, I would say. But she kept the activity, she kept the regularity. Lovely steps in the medium. Maybe just have a bit more from behind. Just like to see him tracking up a bit more. Oh, I'm not sure if that was 8 steps there. It looked very quick. Lovely stretching and good relaxation. Could definitely just cover the ground a bit more in the extended walk. Lovely active transition up into the canter. Lovely and uphill into the transition. Getting an 8 there for the collective walk. Lots of 7s for that transition. A little modest in the extended canter. Really super flying change coming back. Good positioning in the canter half pass. Could maybe have had more bend through the body there. Yeah, nice steps in the canter pirouette. Just fell a little bit flat. Would have liked to have seen more activity through that. And if I'm being really fussy, a bit more bend through the body. But really, really super steps. Good 2-time changes. Lovely in the frame here. Really nice in this canter half pass. Again, I feel like she's got better bend through the body going towards the right. And again, better canter pirouette this way. And in she comes to the ones now. Had a clean line of twos. Oh, mistakes. That's such a pity. They were looking so lovely. I just didn't manage to keep the fluency in that transition either from the canter into the trot, but very well recovered from Maria. Again, I'm not sure there was enough steps there in that piaffe. So she comes down into her final halt. That's it for Maria Miguel Lascas and Guapo for Portugal. Big pats for Guapo. What a lovely horse. They have such a great partnership together. Only started at this level last year. Second European Championships. A definite improvement from last year, with, I'm sure, plenty more to come. This horse is just 11 years old. Just a mistake in the one times today, which was a shame. Lost a bit of the activity in the piaffe. But here we go, into 17th, 62.487, 61.667 E, 62.179 from H, 60.385 from C, 67.179 from M, and 61.026 from B. Into 17th, 62.487%.
Maria was the penultimate rider in this
So just
class, which
one
is
more
the
rider to go.
Danish Warmblood Stallion, presented by Caroline Roman.
So
Denmark.
into the arena now, Caroline Roman. She is riding Jackass Donlov. Caroline is 23-year-old and Jackass Donlov is 13-year-old Danish warm-blood stallion. They helped bring Denmark a bronze medal in the 2020 Europeans and helped them bring home a silver medal yesterday. Caroline Roman and Jackass Donlov for Denmark. They were fifth individually in the intermediate 2 with 72.559, and as I said, helped Denmark bring home that silver medal. So definitely ones to watch. Can they take the overnight lead? Their personal best, 71.923. Lovely positioning in the trot half passes. Super crossing here. Really nice and equal bend from the left to the right. That's one thing that I've picked up on a lot today. Super activity in the passage. Nicely done. Nicely into the piaffe. Good transitions. Keeping that activity throughout. And again, clear transition into the medium trot. Tracking up nicely. This horse has a really super active hind leg. You can see lots of swing through the back, which is great. Great steps in the piaffe. And lovely relaxation into the walk. Good ground cover here. Again, good here in the collected walk, tracking up nicely, good in the connection. Nice and accurate into the transition at sea. Yeah, clear difference shown there in the extended canter, nice and balanced coming back into the flying change. Yeah, some good steps in the canter pirouette. And now into the twos. She's got to get these clean to stay in the top 5. Yes, she can. 8s, 7.5s, 2 8s, 3 7.5s. She's jumped up to 70%. Can she get into the top 3? Lovely canter half pass, really good positioning there. Another good canter pirouette. Nice. Even better there to the right. Now she needs a clean line of 1s to stay in the top 3. And she has 3 7.5s, a 7 and an 8. Now for the final piaffe. It is all to play for. Good activity. Looking really good as she comes into her final halt, and it looks square. That's it for Caroline Roman and Jacques Donleuve. Has she done enough to get in the top 3 overnight? It's looking good so far. It's going to be over 71%, I think.
Of course,
just waiting for a couple more scores to be confirmed, and then we will bring you that score. Is she going to sit in bronze overnight? And she is. 71.077, E 71.923, H 67.436, C 72.179, M 72.949, B 70.897. Into bronze medal position overnight there. And here we can see the final leaderboard. So this is 10th to 18th. Jennifer Lindvall there inside the top 10, 65.718. So that's what riders have got to beat to be inside the top 10. And see the rider from Great Britain, Dylan Deutrom, in 12th, 65.282. Rider for Poland, Philip Kowalski, Belfleur in 14th, 63.897. The 2 Portuguese riders down there. And in the lead, Alejandro Oliva Lazaro and Decor in the lead, 72.615. Silver medal position, Alina Schrader and Paula Old. Into silver, 71.718, and in third, in bronze medal position, that combination that we just saw, Caroline Roman, and 71.7077. So those are the scores that our riders are going to be looking to beat tomorrow. But make sure you join us back tomorrow morning. We have another 20 horse and rider combinations, and we will be starting at 11:30 local time. So make sure you join us back on Clip My Horse for the European Championships for dressage for children and U25 2022.
Come on, mind on you. Doesn't matter where we are. Doesn't matter where we are. Doesn't matter, no. If there's a moment when it's perfect, we'll carve our names as the sun goes down. Hey, as the sun goes down. Hey, as the sun goes down. As the sun goes down. Doesn't matter where we are. Doesn't matter where we are. Doesn't matter, no. Nothing's ever what we expect, but they keep asking where we go next. All we're chasing is the sunset. Come on, mind on you. Doesn't matter where we are. Doesn't matter.